What's happening? What's happening? YouTube. We are back. We're back with another one. Um, really just back to the grind. You already know what the fuck going on, man. We back to the same stuff, different day. Um, so I don't even know where to start. Just going slower. Uh, it's always something trying to, hold me back, get in the way. Not going the way it should go. It's just every day, man. Still haven't heard back from my VA who had been applying for job. Contact her, so that's where we are with that. Um, but I'm about to have an interview in less than. But anyway, man, we just been interviewing, been getting denied left and right for this job, that job, you know. Um, I've applied for thousands of jobs at this point, man. Thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs. Not only that, we've been doing all the networking. Y'all seen it. You know what I'm saying? I've been networking with people through LinkedIn, through, different, through my personal network, professional network, reaching out to people, asking who they know, who knows who can help me out, who can talk to this person, that person, this recruiter, this hiring manager, right? That's what we've been doing for a minute now, man. Um, and we still in the same spot. Um, it's just crazy to me. Anyway, man, I'm about to kind of prepare for this interview with this. I say kind of prepare, but I'm already prepared. It's the first interview, with the recruiter, right? Anytime I had these interviews with the recruiter, the first interview phone screen, basically. We always pass that phone screen. It's always, really easy. Um, they all ask the same questions, so we never have a problem getting through that first phone screen with the recruiter. It's just usually that either that first conversation with the sales manager or the second conversation with like an actual um, person on the sales team. So anyway, um, that's what we got going on. But I'm about to use ChatGPT, prepare for it. Um, what I like to do is give ChatGPT the resume, my resume, and the job description, and then you know from there, ChatGPT will basically usually tell me what questions that they're gonna ask me. Um, the fact that I'm even doing this is it's kind of a joke. Like I feel like I've done this a million times at this point. Like I shouldn't like I but I just do this to be thorough. You know what I'm saying? I don't just to I can't so nobody ever be able to say I was lazy with my job search. You know what I'm saying? Like okay, this is something I don't want to do. I've done it many times, dozens of times, whatever. Um, and I'm prepared for whatever questions I'm gonna be asked. But you know, sometimes we still get asked questions that I mean, it's possible we get asked questions that I'm not prepared for. So, um, for the sake of, well, I don't know. I'll probably share my screen when I get in the interview. But I'm not gonna share it just yet. So I'm looking up. I'm going to the company. Oh my gosh. Okay. They do influencer marketing. That's what they do. Okay. Oh, I don't remember. I don't know what the, you know, I was telling my VA to look for um, positions that are like allowing my compensation. Something tells me this company is not paying like that. They're not paying what I'm trying to be compensated. But let me just let's go find out. Let's see. Assume. Uh, still don't see it. Still don't see it. Still don't see it. Okay, no. Yeah, I mean it's what you expect. Um, what you expect. They offering like a base of 120 to or 121 to 145, and I guess it's going to be double on target earnings, so a 50-50 split with salary and commission. So if they offer 121 to 145, let's just call it average or whatever, 130. Um, and then let's call it 130. So then on target earnings would be probably like 260, something like that. Uh, so yeah. They got a lot of positions open. So I guess they got a budget. I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to think, and it's not even a think thing. Like it's becoming very clear to me that a lot of these companies are interviewing me just because I'm black, right? So they interview me because they have like it's like trying to fill a quota. They have to at least say that they tried to hire a black person. They tried to hire a minority. Like they gave a minority a chance by interviewing him or her. You know what I'm saying? But that person wasn't, and then they justify not hiring that person due to however they feel like they need to justify it, right? That's become very clear to me at this point. Like, and that's why. But see, that's why I don't spend my time putting in applications anymore. And that's why I have my VA doing it because it's a crapshoot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the chances of getting hired from an online application are slim to none. Slim to none. I got what feels like, looks like a million messages to open from different Morehouse alum and like people um, on LinkedIn that I reached out to, but most of them, Morehouse alum. So I got a lot of messages to send. We'll take a look at that, I guess, after this interview. Um, so I got the job description here. But again, that's why I'm get they'll refer me, or you know, or reaching out to somebody, Morehouse alum who's in sales leadership at a certain company, reaching out to them directly on LinkedIn, and then asking if they can give me a referral, or if they can help me out. So it's like that's how this whole thing is gonna happen. Like, it's not gonna happen through an online job. If that were the case, I would have gotten a job a long time ago. Right? We are what, 3 months into this, I think. We're 3 months into this whole job search thing, and we really, are in the same spot. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing really changed. Like, only thing that shouldn't be going on more interviews, but that interviews are just interviews. It's just that, you know. Uh, all right, so now ChatGPT is walking me through this. I'm just reading what ChatGPT said. Yeah, so I mean, when she asked me these questions, I got it was actually a Google Meet interview. So usually the phone screen, I'm able to just look at my answers on ChatGPT and whatnot that it just gave me. But because this is a Google Meet interview, I'm gonna have to basically kind of I'm not gonna be able to just read off the responses on ChatGPT. I'm gonna have to kind of look at the screen and like at least give the impression that I'm like looking at her and not reading something off, like not reading a script. So that's kind of a challenge sometimes when you're on Google Meet, but I just put the camera right, like basically right where I'm reading. Most of the time, I just put the camera right there, like drag it, um, to the script, the Chat GPT script I want to read off. Right, if she asks me a question I'm already expecting, and then I just read it off, and it looks like I'm looking at her. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not. I'm just reading the script. Um, so and a lot of times, like I'll take little pauses while I'm reading the script to make it seem like I'm to make it, give the impression that I'm not reading. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do, man. I'm sure that whatever question she asked me, it would be literally either word for word the same question as here that ChatGPT just gave me, or it's gonna be like, a variation of one of these questions. Yeah. The battery in my Mac was just at 100%, or I think 95%. It's at 59%, just like that, just that quick. Some dogs fighting or something. I can't see, but I just hear dogs doing whatever they're doing. I don't know. I can't see. Oh, just a dog acting up. So let me share my screen, show you what we got real quick before the interview starts. So these are the questions. So I had ChatGPT basically give me. So ChatGPT basically just gave me a clear overview of the role, right? This is the overview of the role, what they're looking for word, that the recruiter's probably gonna ask me. It's got 15 of them. Then it's giving me talking points. A lot of times, the recruiter will ask me, specific. So then I have word for word answers for the questions that I just showed y'all, right? So tell me about your background, right? We got a word for word answer for that. We got a word for word answer for recruiters almost always ask, why, right? How do you approach account planning? Okay, give me an example of a complex deal you closed. Yep, that's pretty. That's asked pretty often. Uh, how do you work with internal teams? Sure, that's asked. How you forecast? What's your experience on the C-suite? What's my area of improving? What are your conversations, expectations? Um, that's asked, almost all the time too. And they gave me a closing line. So it's just like, so we definitely prepared, as always. I feel like I'm always as prepared as I can possibly be, especially for the first interview. Um, and not I say not especially for the first interview, but it's just like the first interview is always the easiest one to get through. Um, it's only been like one or two times that like at this point it feels like 50 interviews or whatever. like one or two times maybe that I haven't moved past the phone screen. So let me put my voice memo on. I do that so that I can record the interview and then have ChatGPT coach me on it after the fact. What went well, what didn't go well, how I can improve, all that stuff. I'm about to join an interview for an enterprise account executive role with Creator IQ. This is the first interview with a recruiter over Google Meet. As always, the point of this voice recording is to understand what I didn't do well, what I did do well, and how I can improve in interviews going forward. And now I'm about to join the interview. And I just put that behind my Mac to join this thing. So let me stop sharing the webcam and then just share my screen. Or no, my tripping screen is already sharing. Of course. Let's join this thing, man. Last time I tried to do this over Google Meet, my computer was just fried. My Mac was fried, so it started acting up, and it was just like, I don't know. But anyway, y'all already know what's going on, man. This is still my Broke Boy to Millionaire series, Broke Boy to Millionaire in a Year series. Yeah, this is still that. We are not on track, but we mainly aren't on track because this is taking longer than expected, right? The job search. It's taking it's postponing everything else I'm trying to do. But yeah, this is still the Broke Boy to Millionaire in a Year series. Anyway, I'm joining it right now. Y'all will notice what I was talking about in terms of where I'm putting my camera. You see?
Hi, Miles. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Preeti, how's it going?
I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm doing well, Preeti. How are you doing?
I'm good. You can feel free to turn off your camera for this call.
Okay. Okay, no worries.
Also, we use Ashby note taking tool to take all the interview notes so that I can focus on conversation. Are you okay if I enable that?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much. Seems you're enjoying weather today.
I am. I'm outside in my backyard, so it's actually a pretty nice day here in Atlanta. So yeah, I figured I'd come outside and get some fresh air.
Of course, I do too if it's possible. I did, I think last week. I'm based in Houston, so after 2 3 weeks we got like nice weather here in the Houston, so it's like really nice. But yeah, thank you so much, Miles, for giving us time today. So as you know, I'm Preeti and I'm talent partner here at Creator IQ. And the goal of this call is to give you a high level overview of the company and the enterprise AE role and learn more about your background and see if this feels like a good mutual fit. And I remember it's a two-way traffic, so please feel free to ask me any question you have about the company and the role anytime during this 30 minutes. Happy to
Okay.
answer all so that you can decide this is the company and the role you want to move forward. But to start, I would love for you to walk me through your background.
Yeah, yeah. No problem. So, I spent the last several years. I've been working in enterprise SaaS and fintech sales. That's what I've been doing. Most recently, I was in EAE at Trina Neurons. So I was selling basically AI, API, and white label solutions there. We were primarily selling to fintechs and trading platforms. And then before that, I led enterprise sales at Ascend. So there, hit quota, 110% quota my last year there. The year before that, 105%. So I was the only person on the team to actually do that. So I was excited about that there. And then before that, I was a lot earlier in my career. I was working in product and engineering roles
Uh-huh.
at both Mocify and Truist. So that gave me kind of the foundation, the technical
Mhm.
foundation, to be able to really understand how products work under the hood.
Yeah, definitely. If you have that background, it really helps to do this role as well, right? So completely understand because I have a similar thing. I have a technical degree, so when right now it's like a sales role, but when I do more on like technical side hiring, that gives me more understanding from my background what
Yeah,
I'm talking about. So it's really helpful. So I get it when you say that you have experience and this is helping you because when you speak to the customer also, you just want to talk vague, right? If you have the insight of what we do, like in terms of technical way, that is always helpful.
right,
So
right, and
that
it's on the software engineering side or the product side. So I feel like that's been an advantage, for me throughout my career.
completely. And I see that you are currently not working, right? Or that last role is ended in November. Am I correct?
And
Or it was like a layoff or something.
no, I left the company voluntarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything particular that why what do you have in your mind then next for your career? Because when you left,
I was there, but I felt like um, I really just felt like there wasn't a lot of um, upward mobility in the company. I feel like a lot of the leadership positions were set in stone, and I wasn't going to be able to kind of climb that sales leadership ladder, so to speak. And so in my next role, I've been looking to, move to a company where I am able to, you know, start my role as an EAE, attain quota, get promoted, and then kind of climb that sales leadership ladder, in a few years. So, that was the primary reason for leaving.
so the growth technically, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Anything else you have in your mind about your next role, like any non-negotiable?
Um, any non-negotiables? Not really. I think for me, I prefer to be hybrid or remote. So that is a non-negotiable. For me, of course, I would be, traveling to clients and things like that. That is expected. Um, but on a day-to-day, definitely prefer to be in a hybrid or remote role. Um, but yeah.
Okay, good to know. So, and why did you decide to apply at Creator IQ? What did you like about the role or the company? What made you to apply here?
Yeah, so I feel like what excites me the most about Career IQ is just like I feel like your product is like kind of at the intersection of both data and creators.
Mm-hmm.
So I've like really, I feel like all areas where I've spent my career selling strategy and not just software really align well with that. So like I know this role is focused on named accounts, so and executive relationships. So those things are, really how I like to sell. And yeah, so that's
Okay.
one of the main reasons.
Uh-huh. Thank you so much for sharing that. And while we are talking about the company, let me give you a brief like overview about the company and the role, and then we can take it from there. So, as you said, right, it's very much about the data thingy. So it's right, and it's also very much about the AI. So Creator IQ, an AI powered operating system for a creator-led marketing. And brands use our platform to discover creators, manage campaign, handle outreach and approval, track performance, and manage payments. So all in one place. And because everything lives in a single platform, influencer marketing become much more measurable and strategic, I would say. So not just based on the intuition, brands can clearly see performance, ROI, and impact. And that makes us special. We have
Yeah.
been around for about 11 years now, well established in this space. And in 2021, we acquired Tribe Dynamics, which strengthened our presence in fashion and beauty. That's where and now we work with a large global brand across fashion, beauty, health and wellness, food and beverages, sports, media, and entertainment. And few years back when we acquired, we also like recently, I think, sorry, not few years, like recently we unified both the platform into a one creator IQ experience. So there's a lot of momentum and innovation is happening right now also within the company to our new platform. And this role is quite flexible, remote role we have. And because you're in Atlanta, so this would be the Atlanta base. So we have opening right now in Atlanta, Florida, New York, and California. 4 location we have open this role, and we have this in Atlanta, so 100%. But travel, you right, sales needs travel and customer meeting, or maybe you have to go to New York or California to some team thing if it's required. Comfortably for going to an
Oh yeah.
yes, New York. Okay.
Yeah, I got those
Yeah, we have
tickets.
office. Uh, so lag. So we have office in San Francisco, LA, New York, and have members across Canada, Finland, as a quite global team we have. And let me also give you the overview of this role as well. So this is be full cycle and right consecutive will focus on the creator IQ to last enterprise brand. So you will own the entire cycle, which starts prospecting to end up running next deal cycle, closing new business, and expanding existing accounts. You will partner closely with BDRs, marketing, solution, product, and customer success team. They have to say what would the key would be for this role would be the mix of new business and the expansion. There would be a territory which would be defined by your manager, but there will be also around 50 named enterprise account on your list. A highly ownership driven role, I would say, strong project management and internal leadership required for this role. And this role reports to Riley Benton. She's a VP of Enterprise Sales based in California. And we have enterprise team distributed across New York, LA, Texas, Canada, and Colorado. So yeah, that is about the role. And the quota for this role is 1.2 to 1.6 million annually. Um,
I'm sorry, Preeti, you
so
said 1 point, did you say 1.2 or 1.6?
1.2 to 1.6, it depends. So
Okay.
on your experience, on your territory, so that would be discussed between you and Riley.
Okay.
But that's the thing I have.
Okay.
Okay. How
Awesome.
this all sounds to you about the company and the role? Do you have any question at this time?
Um, Not at this time. I was gonna just kind of reserve my questions for the end.
Of course.
So yeah.
Okay. So can you briefly walk me? You gave me a little bit of example, but I would like to know more about your previous role, right? So, like for example, what types of account you have managed? Uh, what was the company size you sold earlier, and what was your ARR and the buying group?
Yeah. So, at my most recent role, Trend Neuron, so I was quota carrying. My quota was 1.5 million. So I actually attained 112% quota. last year in 2025. So, I was only one of two reps to do that on the team. So I was responsible for selling AI, our prediction analysis tool. So,
Mm-hmm.
basically, long story short, we were helping day traders understand what, why, and when to trade.
Mm-hmm.
My ARR actually closed at 7 million ARR last year.
So
So
that was yours, 7 million?
yes,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of that 9-figure range in terms of annual revenue, and Robinhood being in that 10-figure range. So I was on a full sales cycle, so from prospecting through close,
Mm-hmm.
working cross functionally with sales engineering, product, legal, suites as well.
Mm-hmm.
Usually towards the end of negotiation or close.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and my average ACV was 400,000 um, while I was there.
Okay. 400K you said as well while talking to you. I am. I have question regarding your annual quota because you said it is like 1.5 million, right? And you achieved 105%. What I see on your resume, you have mentioned 3 million quota, and you also mentioned that 7 million as well. Can you clarify? Maybe I mixed few things and I'm not understanding.
Sure. So the 1.5 million quota was this last year.
Last year.
Yeah, and then 3 million was the year before that.
Okay, now it makes sense. I was just confused.
Yeah.
So earlier was your quota was that much, or you exceeded, and that's why it was 3 million?
I'm sorry. One more time, Preeti.
Sorry, in 2024, your quota was 3 million, or you achieved 3 million?
No. So I achieved 3 million.
Oh, that's what because you said earlier. I said, oh, they bumped, they changed the quota. So it was quite interesting. Okay, good to know. Thank you so much for explaining. I just was these
No
two
problem.
number confused me, so that's why I asked you this question. Um,
No problem.
and when how do you typically build a pipeline? Like, what is the percentage is versus self source versus inbound or the BDR team?
Yeah. So I'm really intentional. So I take an account based approach. So
Uh-huh.
typically, I'll map stakeholders, research their different initiatives, and then look for like business
Mhm.
problems, like clear business problems where the solution can actually drive impact. So
Mhm.
I'll typically work with our BDRs and marketing to align on the target accounts, and then from there, I'll start doing my outbound. So email,
Mhm.
calls, LinkedIn is I really lean into LinkedIn, yeah, and I use
Mhm.
those channels to really drive those executive level conversations.
So most
Also, oh, go ahead.
I said like mostly self source then, right?
Yes, most self. If I had to give a percentage between outbound to inbound, it'd be about 80% outbound,
Mhm.
20% inbound. And yeah,
In past, did you work with a BDR? Like, did you get any help from BDR or no?
yeah, like I mentioned. So I was working closely with BDRs and marketing, and they would me on target accounts.
Maybe you see port trending.
Oh,
Your previous company.
no, I didn't.
No. Okay, this was okay. And you will be in Atlanta, is it right? And are you intermediate or you have a time frame in mind?
I can start immediately, but typically I start. That's not necessarily a problem.
Or like what company saying about it?
Yeah, I would say immediate. I can't
So,
start right.
no, no. I mean, you're not intent, so you have a commitment, right? So, in a work, you start a time.
Yes,
salary?
Yeah, give, yes, can you maybe? Oh,
You think I can.
okay. I'm saying control that.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I'm to pay E.
Yes.
Give me one.
You are unique.
Okay. Is that maybe a little bit better for you?
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I don't know what's the problem, but yeah, I can hear you now. I was asking, what is your salary expectation from this role?
Yeah, so for me, just given the senior enterprise nature of the role, I'm just targeting a competitive OTE with strong upside component tied, of course, to performance.
Did you say a senior account executive role?
Yes, my understanding just from reading the job description, it's a more senior account executive role. So for those reasons, I'm just basically targeting a competitive OTE for top tier enterprise AEs. I'm also looking for a strong upside component that's tied directly to performance.
Okay. So, but for now, we have the ranges like around OT would be 280 to 90. So 50 base and 50 commission. That would work for you?
Yeah, I feel like that's competitive, a competitive market for enterprise AE.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, before moving forward, I do not want to waste your time and saying, oh, this is not in my range or this is my range. So
Yeah,
that's the whole reason.
yeah, because then we waste both of each other's time, right? That's no fun.
Yeah,
Nobody
yeah,
wants
exactly.
that.
Yeah, it's always good to clear few things, in advance. So that's how it works. Um, and you mentioned about selling to the enterprise brand. So in your company, I mean, in your last company, which which kind of target you sell, like say as an enterprise account, because few companies goes with the revenue, which few company goes with the number of employees. What was the consideration factor for you guys?
Yeah, so we looked at several different factors. So fundraising being one. So if we identify, a company that just raised some funding, a lot of times they're looking to buy new solutions, right? So they have some extra money in their pockets. So that's one.
Mhm.
Of course we look at the two you just mentioned, right? So revenue
Mhm.
as well as employee size. We look at new employees as well. A lot of times that is, any key employees that have just been hired, at the company, especially in leadership positions. A lot of
Mhm.
times that can help us understand the new direction of the company or new solutions that they may seek
Mhm.
out. Um, and
Okay.
and then
Okay.
also,
Got it.
yeah, okay.
Mhm. And any industry which was your.
Yes, so we were talking.
Okay, that was, I guess, all the question I had. Okay, one more thing. What was your sales cycle?
Yeah, so my sales cycle. So first, working with the BDRs to build up my target list. Then actually find out to become a user of their product.
Wow.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
myself, and that helps me kind of identify some pain points within their product, and that helps me
Mm-hmm.
start the conversation with the stakeholder at their company and build that trust. So that
Uh-huh.
starts the conversation. From there, we'll have a different stakeholders. So whether it's product, or procurement, get them in the conversation early so that we can continuously move the deal forward so it doesn't stall later on.
Mm-hmm.
And then, negotiation, and I take it through close.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm handling the full sales cycle.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you so much for all those insight. But what is the average time do you see? Like it took like it take like mostly 3 months or 6 months for you to complete everything.
To complete a deal,
Yeah.
yeah, so for us, it was typically 4 to 6 months. We
Mm-hmm.
had slightly longer deal cycle because our solution was fairly complex, a lot of moving parts. So yeah, it was
Mm-hmm.
typically four to
Yeah.
six months for us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Miles. I have all those answers what I really was looking for. What I can answer for you.
Um, yeah, so I guess the first and foremost, Preeti, if you could kind of walk me through the hiring process at Creator IQ, kind of what the next steps are, what I can
Of
expect there.
course. Yeah. So after this call, I'm going to share your profile and my notes with hiring manager. Once I receive a positive feedback, but there will be a 30 minutes video conference interview. And if that goes well, then there will be a one panel interview, and then we'll send you assignment, quick assignment that will be assignment based interview, and then final round of interview. So I would say total 4 round of interviews after this. So
Okay.
hiring manager, panel, assignment based, and final.
Okay. Um, that
Should
makes
not
sense.
take more than 3 weeks to complete the process.
Okay. That
And one step would be in person. I have to figure it out how I'm going to do it, in which step. The reason is you are in Atlanta and we don't have anyone in the Atlanta. So that I will tell you later in the process that where I'm going to accommodate that and how. Okay.
okay. Um, that makes sense. I guess my other question is just what would you say differentiates your top performing AEs at Creator IQ from other AEs on the team?
I would say to understand the platform well.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
definitely one thing, because if you know what we are selling better, like how to see, I can also tell what Creator IQ does, right? But everyone have their own version, especially when you are in the sales. So putting a right pitch in front of the right person make you very different. Like you can tell a lot about Creator IQ, but you have to understand what is the pain point of customer, and then just focus on those pain point when you explain about the Creator IQ. And that,
Okay.
and if you know how to do it, that is something make you very different and will make you very success. Second would be, I feel most of the deal any salesperson miss is because you are not connecting to a right person.
Mm.
There are
Yeah.
many level, right? So if you know how, like how to reach and how to connect with the right level, I think 80% work would be done by them. So yeah, these two things are very important, that understand the platform and the pain point so that you can present Creator IQ well in front of customer. And second is to speak to the right person. These things is very common, but still, if you don't have that, it's a problem. And if you have, you will be get more success there.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like if you don't know the product inside and out, you can't sell
Yeah.
it. Right?
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense there. So and then my last question for you, Preeti.
Uh,
What because I mean you guys are hiring for this role for a reason. So you're looking to expand there. What does success look like for you all in the first, I'm gonna say 6 months within this role?
yeah, of course. Sorry, my screen is always get like stuck when I try to do something. So definitely, as one thing would be that you start hitting the quota. But
Yeah.
let me not go there. So first 2 3 months would be anyway we spend more on the onboarding. That means set your quota expectation, set your target, and all right. So it's very important that you understand, and to do that, as I said earlier, it's important to understand the platform. So I would say once you know the platform, once you know who would be the ICP,
Mm-hmm.
and how to deliver your pitch, that
Yep.
is something will be the win for this one, and not something that you have to hit quota. Once you start bringing the deal or expanding the deal, that is again helpful for this.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm.
So yeah, I think those are all of my questions, Preeti.
Thank you so much for your time, and I would get back to you by tomorrow, not later than that. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
Look for
Miles.
it.
Bye bye. Have a
All
good
right.
day. Enjoy
Thank
the
you.
sun.
All right. Bye bye. gotta let this thing charge up a little bit more, man. Stop sharing my screen now. Oh, I gotta end this voice recording. So that is the end of the interview with Creator IQ. Max only at 38 or 36%.
back outside. My computer's only at 40%, which means it's gonna be charged for like, 2 minutes before it dies again. But now I'm about to reach out to all the different Morehouse alum who I need to respond to on LinkedIn. So let me share my screen again and log in. I'll start with my old profile. Actually, it's the new one. Hold on. I guess I'm starting with the new profile. I've already, not that y'all really sweating it like that, but I'm gonna have to. Oh, it's gonna be on the screen anyway. Oh well. It's gonna be back on the screen anyway. Try to see how quick I can respond to all these dudes. See what he said? See, it's case in point what I was saying earlier. So he's saying he tapped in with one of his previous mentors or bosses, and that's how he landed his current role. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is what we're talking about. He just proved my point. That's why I said, like, I can put in a million online applications. It's not gonna matter. So, but all right. So it's like I responded to everybody on my new profile. This is a new profile. That's an old LinkedIn profile. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at this, 21 messages. That's crazy. Crazy, man. Okay. Okay. I would say, um, I would say, this, yeah, man, we gotta just tap into this networking. But, uh, so that was my skill set. Um, yeah, all right. So After you said that. Um, with the Atlanta. Yeah. What? Oh yeah, it's greasy or whatever. Yeah, my head. I know my head looks greasy. Uh, yeah, y'all know how I am. I like to review, look over, um, questions. Here's Austin. See that at Amazon? Oh, he's at Amazon. I didn't know he's at Amazon. It's just part of. Okay, Jason said happy to help. Email me. So stop. We got a lot of people to respond to right now. We got like 30 different people to respond to right now. Let me get my charger. All right, so we got. Told you I'm not playing about this networking, man. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I've already responded to like 4 or 5 of them. I got like 12 people to message back on LinkedIn. 12 more house pros to message back on LinkedIn right now. And just seeing, if and how they can help. Um, That's all it is, man. It's honestly, bro. It's one of those us or them situations, and they are worried about people. It's one of them us or them situations. Bro, I've told you about this before, bro. Bro, he hit the nail and asked him, does he know of any opportunities? Is he aware of any job opportunities? And he's just like, honestly, bro, it's one of those us or them situations, and they are worried about people that look like them. I wish I had more help for you. God will bless us though. So basically, he's saying what I've been saying, right? Like, they not trying to hire me for a position like this, bro. I my and the reason is like these roles I'm looking for, they they pay too much. They pay too much, right? Like I'm looking for roles that, north of 6 figures base salary, right? Which that's not a huge issue for them. They're like, oh, okay, whatever. I mean, he got some education, he got a little work experience. We don't mind paying him, over 100K. That ain't nothing. But then when you talk about doubling that up based on commissions, like the commissions I sell, I can make twice that. Like if I'm selling what I'm supposed to sell, right? If I'm closing the deals I'm supposed to close, then I would make twice that amount. They like, oh hell no, nah. We ain't about to pay him no two. I'm just going to throw out numbers. 260, 280, right? We ain't paying him that. Now, if he's looking for 100, 120, 130K or something, that ain't nothing. We would pay him that, but we not paying him 280. Nope, that's too much money for him. He don't need that. Like that's what this is about, bro. Like this all is about. I don't look like most candidates that are interviewing for these roles, right? And on top of that, they just don't like they rather hire the candidate that looks like them as opposed to hiring a candidate that looks like me. That's all this is, right? If I look differently, you know what I'm saying? If I look differently, then I would not still be searching for a job right now. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. That's what this is about. There's nothing else, bro. I promise you. It doesn't have anything to do with my lack of experience. It has nothing to do with my nothing to do with experience. Nothing to do with um how I interview, right? Like Shorty, y'all just saw an interview I just had. She was asking me some tough questions. I didn't have answers for, right? A lot of the questions she asked me, I did have answers for, but some of the questions she asked me, I didn't have answers for. I had to think of a solid answer on the fly. And that's part of interviewing, right? Like that, I get that. I'm just saying, like, and that was multiple times. You know what I'm saying? I had to come up with an answer on the fly. Like, she pressed me about my quota attainment and stuff. I didn't have answers for that. I made that shit up. You know what I'm saying? Made that shit up. Something that sounded good. It sounded like it made sense and whatnot. So, I went with that. But ain't nobody worried about no creator IQ, bro. I told y'all many times. I'll say it again. I'm looking to work for Fortune 500, right? Really Fortune like 100, okay? In a role, an enterprise account executive role. I don't care. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Anyway, Mike Pitts just told me to send my resume to his email. So, boom. say yeah. Trying to respond to all these dudes. I'm trying to respond to all these. I'm trying to respond to all my Morehouse pros as quickly as I can. You know, we got a lot of them to respond to right now. I'm trying to respond to all of them. You know, now. So, man, I really should respond to them this morning. But I've said this before. I say it again. This is just one of those things where, and this is why I'm reaching out to Morehouse bros. Like, it only takes one, not two. You know, much less three. Right? It takes one brother who is in a position of leadership and is able to hire, basically is able to hire whoever they want to hire, right? Whether that means a director of sales or a VP of sales, you know, director of revenue, something like that. You know, those positions, they can typically hire who they want, right? Let him know, oh, Jason, he wants to talk. Jason can talk now. Yeah, so Carlin said, yeah, my bad, y'all, my screen is tripping. So Carlin said he's going to reach out to some of his contacts in Atlanta and just ask for my number. All right, so Jason, I just can call me right now. kind of hold off on sending these messages to Ron, Cody, James, etc. Since Jason's about to call me. And the other thing too, bro, it doesn't matter that I'm considered, a top applicant for a lot of these jobs. Like I said before, bro, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And then Antron, he texted me back a little earlier and asked me to send him my resume. He used to work at Microsoft. He doesn't work there anymore, but he still knows people that work there. So I'm about to email him my resume real quick. Alright, so I think it's Jason calling me right now. I'm about to stop sharing my screen. Miles Hannah.
No, I'm sorry, Jason.
Good, Jason. How you doing, man?
I'm doing quite well. Thank you so much for asking.
Yeah.
So, pleasure to meet you, man.
Likewise. Likewise, bro. I know we connected on LinkedIn, but it's always I think a little bit better to just kind of have a quick talk and kind of let you know what's going on and see what we can do.
Yeah, so y'all can be helpful. Can be helpful to some. It's important to do so, especially in the sales game. So it's good is good, and it's not. It's challenging. So
For sure.
see how to be helpful. Yeah, so let me know here. So, so tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, bro. So, originally from Atlanta, of course, went to the house, graduated in 2018. Um, and then I kind of started off in engineering. I hated it, so did not like it. Really just kind of took that route to appease my parents. And then from there, transitioned into product. Wanted to have a more like a bigger impact on, the business, direct impact on the business. I feel like product wasn't really providing that. So that's what led me to, transition into sales. Um, and I've been working in sales now for like about 4 years or so. Um, really started out, with like my own business and things like that. That helped me to, understand understand full cycle sales, what it takes, to sell, understanding value, value selling
What was your own
specific.
business?
So my own business was a marketing agency. So it was like marketing slash lead generation agency for
So
for
that's what
finance.
you did after Truist.
Well, so at Truist I was actually an engineer.
After.
Oh,
Yeah,
after
after
Truist.
Truist.
Oh, right. Yeah, after Truist. Yep. And so went into with my own lead gen agency. And so basically I was selling to RIAs, wealth managers, um, you know, anyone basically who was in fund management, and was selling them on lead generation, helping them find wealthy clients, and connecting the two. Um, and then that was helping them grow their AUM, their assets under management. So did that for a little while. That helped me to really kind of get the foundation of sales, understanding like prospecting, and again just the whole sales cycle. I feel like honestly I feel like it kind of gave me an advantage. Having to doing it for my own business. And then from there I started working at Training Neurons. So basically, Training Neurons they use an AI prediction platform to help day traders.
Mocafy? Mocafy or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Mocafy.
Mocha5. Yep. So,
These are all part of they're all part of trending neutron.
well, so no, those are different companies. So Mocha5, I started there software, they're like as Chime, they're like a Chime competitor, and I think they're at like Series C, so like a smaller startup, but they have some VC funding. And so I worked there for a couple years. Like I said, in product, managing those software developers, and about is sales and really helping scale a business, having an impact there. So then that's what led me to transition to Ascend. That and Ascend is my own company, and so that's when I was um, basically like I said, selling lead generation services to RAs and wealth managers. Um, and then from there, I went to Training Neurons, um, which is helping people make better trading decisions, basically. Um, so, yeah.
So you were there, and you were there for how long?
So I was at Training Neurons for a couple years. That is a startup. I was actually working there with one of my like former colleagues. So just one of my colleagues. I was helping him on the sales side of things because he is a tech founder. So he's a tech founder, and he needed someone who understood how to sell his solution. And then so that's why I came in and started working with him on that.
there for how long?
Like a
Just over 2
year,
years.
yeah, like a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, what are you trying to do now?
So now I'm trying to transition into Fortune 500. I mean, I'm looking for opportunities, right now, but like my main objective is to transition into Fortune 500 sales. Um, and
Meaning, you want to work for a Fortune 500 company, or you want to work for? So you want to work for a large brand? Is what you want to work for?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm looking to work for a large brand. Preferably, top tech. So Microsoft, Oracle, company like that, and work in an account executive position there. Um, of course, my background, other than Truist, right? Because Truist, Fortune 500. But other than Truist, I've mainly worked in startups. So that transition has proven to be, a difficult one, transitioning into a Fortune 500. Um, so yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah.
And so, and what have you been doing now to kind of think about finding those opportunities?
So I mean, so primarily, um, I have been networking. So, of course, reaching out to you, and a couple other people, like one of my former bosses at Truist and at Motify, just networking like that. People I already knew too. So that's kind of been first and foremost. I've had my girlfriend. She's been applying to into positions online. That's not really that productive, which is why I have her doing it as opposed to me doing it. Because I'm pretty sure it's just not that productive. A lot of times, in order to get a new job, you know you have to network, especially us. We have to network a lot more in Navy. So that's why I've been leaning into that while she's applying on my behalf. um, and then reading too. Been reading different books, trying to stay sharp, and things like that. Just continuing to build my skills, sales skills, and understanding new technology that's being used in the industry. Um, but yeah, those are kind of the main things I've been doing.
You're applying for what kind of jobs? What kind of jobs is she applying for?
So I've been primarily applying for account executive positions. So
Like what portion of the vertical? Like are you doing mid market, SMB, or are you doing enterprise?
so I've been so I guess I've technically been just applying for all three. Most recently, my target is enterprise, but I've been really kind of focusing on or applying to mid market and enterprise.
So just as a quick, just kind of quick thoughts here, and this is, I got on the call because I want to be helpful and do this stuff here, right? First thing is this: when I look at your resume, I know as a salesperson and have been a sales leader and done a bunch of different things, that you've never sold multi-million-dollar deals based on, or it would be highly unlikely. I should say, I know for a fact. I don't know for a fact, but like my gut tells me that you guys here, that Motify and that these companies don't have multi-million-dollar contracts sold by you, right? That's
Right.
one of the things that jumps out at me, right? And so when you're telling someone about selling multi-million-dollar deals, it is such a complex deal. It's such a complete, with like so many layers of people coming in. There has to be some type of knowledge to focus on that business, right? You could be an enterprise salesperson at a startup or a small business here that looks for somebody who's Series C or D, who's looking for more people to just call into big names because they think they have product market fit. But the truth is, I know when I looked at your resume, based on having you talk me through it, and having 2 stints on your own business, I know there's nothing on the resume that would suggest that you have closed those complex deals, and they are complex. Having closed them, they're super complex, super hard to do, 18 months of just traveling back and forth figuring out here, understanding here, multi-threading, talking to different people, coordinating all these different things and keeping all these deals on track to make sure everything's done. That is a skill set. And so when you're looking at Fortune 500, like the salesperson that you're up against your resume, without those brands having come from those brands, you're up against people that have graduated when I graduated from Morehouse. And I've been out of school for 20-something years, right? Like, so the idea is like, this is what you're up against, right? Like, and I'll tell you, you're not going to get a job over me because I'm going to get the benefit of the doubt that I'm going to sell it. I have the deeper network. I have the ability to say I've worked at these places, I've sold these deals, and I can walk you through that deal, right? So the first thing I would say to you is this: is it's not an impediment. You should just know it and accept the fact that that's the truth, right? And so therefore, what have you been doing? Well, I've been intimately understanding here, sharpening my skills and what would be here, right? I know what it means to sell an enterprise level deal at a smaller company, right? What that meant in here as far as the roadmap of understanding the multi-layered being fully integrated into the technology stack. I know what that actually looks like and what that looks like and how you manage that. What I've been doing here from your standpoint, having more of a platform, not just a product, but being more platform driven or being a part of a much larger multi-thread deal or bigger price point, I've been understanding more about what is unique about the role you would need me to play with so many different bodies that would be able to touch one customer, right? Because I know that you're not going to be able to go into J&J or to Truist and sell Salesforce or Oracle software or name an AI platform or something here that's platform worthy, not product worthy. And so that's the thing you're up against when you think about enterprise. It is a very complex sell. They're not looking for someone here who does not have that thing. And so if you're not going to be super prescriptive on your resume, changing the resume to fit the job description, pointing back to things that would speak to potentially what would be in the job, using words that would make me feel comfortable into doing those things, I know the filter and the algorithm they're using now is going to automatically toss you out. Just as an FYI.
Okay.
So how do you fix that? So there's a thing called Forage, right?
Forage?
How to get into their customer. They're using a data through things. And so part of it is just kind of getting into their system by taking the time to show that you care, right? Like, so some of these bigger brands, I know my nephew's at Morehouse now, and so I have him do it for Citi, looking for a banking job, and have him through it. So now you got out of school for 28, 29, 30, in that range, right? 31's in that range.
Yeah. I just turned 32. What do you mean exactly, like by runway?
32 years old. 31 years of work at a minimum. 32 years old. If you are a youngster, do you think you got 32 more years of doing this type of sales? That's the question.
Oh,
the older you get, the harder it is, right? Like, the harder it is to move. Do you think you got 30 years in this?
No.
What are you going to do? Because again, I remember being your age like yesterday, right? You said 32?
Yes, sir.
I had my first kid at 33, right? So it was a blink of an eye, and the next thing I know, I remember like all of it, like great, and then like looking back at that period, saying, what the fuck did I do this for? Why didn't I do this? And I should have gone back to school then. And so the next question becomes like, you're a computer science major who went through the engineering, so an engineering technical background. You decide to leave that technical background and really leave it completely into going to sales. You're not trying to become a sales engineer. You're not trying to go into specialty sales. You're not leaning on any of your technical background. It seems like you're just trying to do account management, it's account exec stuff, which I did it. I think it's a noble profession. I think it's very difficult, very skilled labor intensive for you to be successful at it. But a monkey can do it. In fairness, right? Like, you can, if the monkey wants to be goddamn labor, like focus on this one thing and be okay with hearing no a million times, they could be successful as well. Especially if they have product fit, what they're selling as product as market fit, right? And so the question becomes: you went and did all this technical stuff because your parents wanted to, because your parents were smart. Apparently, your parents had a vision for their kid, that they wanted to make sure their kid was marketable for a long period of time. So my question becomes, what are you doing for longevity, right? Because you're going into a job that's more of a commodity. The older you get, the more of like you're now realizing that actually having a skill set in this industry makes sense. Whereas before, you know, if you had called me in 2021, I'd be able to call 5 people and place you, and they would be sending me a paycheck. They would send me a check on they would have said, here's a little taste. Just thanks for sending me some talent. That's not the case today, because why? It's starting to tighten up. And so part of the reason why I left the tech field was because I was like, it seems to be a race to the bottom. Right? I spent all this time in financial services selling. I went into tech. It was great. And then it's like, this seems to be a race to the bottom. It seems like every TAM, everybody's looking at the exact same TAM. Everybody's product solves the same problems. No one's differentiating themselves. It's very difficult to find those things. Everyone wants to pay you for stock. No one wants to just pay you. And all the big guys are doing exactly what I just laid out to you. They're hiring the people that actually have sold the product or come from the industry that they're trying to sell to. Right? Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, either you're going to have a deep network or you're going to have already done it before and show me a track record. And so the question becomes, like, do you want to go back to school? Like, and again, you don't have to explain me yes or no, right? But this is something I'm telling you to take a deep, even if the answer was no to you, I would say go back and double click on it again. Right? Can you figure it out? Yes. Right? But I will tell you, it's hard. And you did a technical thing. What are you trying to do long term? Because it ain't enterprise sales. Right? It's not that. Do you want to be in CRO? Do you want to go ahead? Do you want to go back into product in a different way? What kind of business line do you want to work in? Do you want to open your own business? Seems like you got an entrepreneurial bug. Like, all these things here. Like, what are you trying to do? And now is the time before here. And I don't know if you have kids. Do you have kids?
I do not.
You do not have children.
No,
You got
sir.
a girlfriend. You got a girlfriend. I know you
Yeah.
love her. And you like, that's awesome here.
Yeah.
And again, it's great. But you don't have time on your side at this point. 32 years old, you're kind of at the end of what you're going to start to do, right? Kind of at the end, right? Whether or not you're going to go back to school and get a master's or something, you're going to go do some visualization, you're going to get into, like, you got to do business, you want to do finance, you want to do management, you want to do something else, whatever it is, that you're kind of at the end of the, I mean, never at the end, but the truth is you're getting to the point where every time you apply for a job, you actually have to have a track record. And the thing that I'm hearing the most, having done the job for so long, is that you didn't go into the thing that already here. You were there kind of being an athlete, being a really smart guy, trying to figure stuff out with people. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't, but I know you're looking for a job right now, so the likelihood is I'm going to assume you didn't. Right? Like, those are the things that are going through my mind, having done it for so long. And I want you to fill those, have either answers for them or fill the gaps, right? Because I can think of some people to call and say, hey, let me pass your resume over to them. But they're going to have the exact same questions I have. And they're not going to have the Tyler Morehouse. So you'll end up just getting cooked. Right?
Right.
Like, that's the issue here. Like, they'll have the exact same questions. I'm listening to you talk about it. I'm looking at the gaps. Okay, you came out, you was in product, you quit product, and went to sales for yourself. Can you explain why you would do that? Why you just came out of school? Did you like? And again, these are probably illegal questions from an HR person, but like, why would you quit the job if you only start your business? Why not start your business while in the job? You hated it? Well, yeah, that's a perfect reason. But why would you start from zero to do that? Like all these questions start popping up that just like that may be illegal for me to ask as an employer, but
Right.
they erode. And so let's think about what you want to do. Be hyper specific on that thing. It can't be enterprise sales at Salesforce. Go look up the enterprise sales team and go look at their Facebook thing. Go find the enterprise sales guys and see what they look like. See the deals they've done. If they're 32, it's because they came through the ranks. They sold SMB, they sold mid-market, and then they went to enterprise, right? But they're probably going to be grown-ass men, grown-ass women who've had like multiple years of selling enterprise solutions and multiple companies with a Rolodex a mile thick, and like they know how to get deals done, right? They know who the buyers are. They know how to nurture them. They go out. They know how to work the conference floor. Like, do you work conference floors? Like, these are the things that you have to know how to do in order to get to that enterprise. And so if that's not going to be the thing, either you start looking at the big companies, thinking about S&B, they do churn and burn there. But I tell you, you don't want to be there. You don't want to go work at Salesforce's S&B business. It sucks, right? Like, that's not where you want to be. That's for children, right? And so, like, are you going to get the mid-market job? I don't know. Right? Like, and so therefore, it's like, you have a win. You have the things I heard immediately, if I'm selling you, is that you have a technical background, right? So here it is. You have a technical background. So we know that you can do something technical, that we can perceive you as smart. We know that you have sold. You have a bunch of sales experience on your resume, albeit probably not structured in the way in which most of these large corporations want, but they know you have the basics, right? That you probably have done some spin selling or some challenger selling or something. Regardless, you've seen one of these models. I would talk more to that, right? I
Right.
would speak to more of like my ability to sell and not my like what I've heard the market speak. Like, I can actually talk to you through selling a challenger sale. And I would lean into the fact that like I had not worked with these large businesses. And so what I'm really most eager is really to show the value, right? Not that like, oh, I learned the most by working for myself. You're not still working for yourself, so that's out. Tell me what you learned. So I wanted to come back in to get a perspective. Why? Because there was so much I didn't know about selling. Reading Challenger, reading Spin, reading these different sales approaches isn't something that ultimately gives you the ability to sell. It gives you a framework, but then you need the reps. And so part of it going back in-house was to do the reps. I wanted to be able to work with till finding opportunities there. But I would go to Forge and I would start doing some of the day in the life stuff. I would also look for double click on school, man.
Double click on
there. Going back to school or business school or going back to some type. I think about Microsoft. Like, think about what Microsoft needs. What are they solving for? Right? They blot out the sun for most people. So what can you do for Microsoft? Right? What are you going to do for Microsoft that they don't already have? You have a time, even if it's cheap. So I wanted a framework. I'm not really a person who wants to spend 2 years back in business school at Emory or Duke or up in the Northeast or out West. I am a person who's analytical. I did this thing at Morehouse because I could think through. I can look at complex problems and make them simple. What I failed, what I didn't have was this framework around business, around the ebbs and flows of the economy. What makes a buyer buy, right? What makes a person, motivates a person to make a change? Because ultimately that's all I'm asking them to do, is to make a change. How do I understand and be able to get in front of the psychology around those changes so that I could be first through the door to show them how my solution could do that? I did that by going to just get this broad understanding of things. This is how you sell yourself in there and so. So there's a couple of things there. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead and send me a link and then send me your resume that you would, or even that you have submitted. You ain't even got to do a new one like this. Let's not make this homework.
Okay.
Just send me the link of the job description that you applied for, and then let me look at your resume. And then I will tell you, like, why I wouldn't have hired you for this job, right? And then how we can start to fix that, and then some of the holes, and then start plugging that way, and then we can start thinking about how we can, like, and who we can introduce you to see if there's some opportunities.
Okay. Okay. Resume and job description. I'll send that.
Just send me a job link. You can send it right there. You can just send me the job link.
Okay.
And a description, and like you said, send me the link, and then send me your resume. Right? I just want to be able to read the link, what you applied for, and then look at your resume and see how. Send me everything you sent to that. Just send it to me, right? So it could be when you applied for it last week, right? And I just want to see what she's sending because again, you have somebody here putting in energy with you. You should make sure that everything counts. I think that's the first thing.
Okay.
Right.
I'll send that.
And here's the other thing. I will say to you, you're going to work again. You will have a job again. So don't get stressed by this process. Right? Get smart, get better. You're going to have a job again. You will work. Don't get that like hunker down, understand your place you're in, be uncomfortable, but know that you're gonna get another job. Okay?
Okay. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
so like take a deep breath. I'm glad you called me. I'm here to help. I want to make sure you get this stuff here, and then we can start to get into how we can be helpful about making sure we're introducing your people, and then it won't just be an introduction. At least you'll have a fighting chance.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that, Jason. I'll send that right over to you.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, just send it. You can send it to me tonight, man. Send it to me send it over now. Whenever you can do it, I'll find it. And just ping me though tonight because like my inbox fills up like crazy. So
Okay.
just make sure I saw it. So and do it that way. Yeah, but so I'm just going to sit there and say let's just go ahead and make sure because, and I'll leave it this. These are all things that I had to deal with coming out, right? Like my career I was at Merrill Lynch. I was a rock star at Merrill Lynch, killing it. Financial crash happens. Blows up the business I'm in. Merrill Lynch is no longer even a standalone business, right? That was catastrophic to me. And the decisions, and the reason why I bring up the business school thing is not because I wanted to go to school, but I eventually went back to got my master's in digital transformation because there's a couple things. One was important to me that I said I did it. Two, it was give me a perspective that allows me to move in a different direction, right? One that I didn't have before. And that's why I say, and I also know that I did it when I was 42, and it was a killer. I had 2 kids, a wife, and it just wrecked me. Like I still have weight that I gained during that period. I can't even get some of that weight off my body, right? Like things really messed up. Like it just took so much out of me because I still had to be a dad. I still had to be an executive at the company I worked at. I still had to do all the things I was supposed to be doing, but I wanted to do this thing here to give me another, 25 years of run in the industry, right? Or as an executive or as a business person, as a sales leader.
Right.
And I'm like, man, I wish I wish my older self could have told my younger self that if this is the path you want to be on, you need to go tool up. Because why? Because you're competing against people who've tooled up. And at the end of the day, the people above you are lazy. They're not looking to figure out here because they know that these are all commodity. These are commodity jobs. There will always be a body to be a mid-market salesperson. There'll always be a body for an enterprise sales person. There always will be, right? Like think about how many resumes are coming in. And so the notion is, how do you distinguish yourself, right? You've already done one step. You did the analytical thing, but now you don't have a perspective anymore on the market, on the economy. You're analytical, but we're no longer paying for promise. We're paying you for results. And there's nothing that screams that you have results. And you have a lot on your resume within the last 10 years, which again could be the sign of the times, but you're also working for people that are my age. And people are hiring you who are like 1 or 2 jobs. That's what they still think is supposed to be happening. And so, again, I want you to just be, to not discount it as like something I don't want to do, even if it's a part-time situation. Even if you're doing it slowly, it needs to be on a resume to show that this is something here, a hole that you're plugging. So,
got it.
Send it to me, man. I mean, and again, it's one perspective. It's not the only perspective. It was mine. It was my lived experience as a person who started in markets and then sales, financial services, and spent time in sales. That was my lived experience, but it's definitely not the only one. So, yeah,
I got
you. So,
okay.
All right, yeah. So send it to me, and then I'll take it back and let you know.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jason. I'll be doing that.
No problem, bro.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Talk soon.
Bye.
All right, y'all. So basically, he's saying that I don't have the experience. He basically just said I don't have the experience or the know-how, whatever.
Afternoon, Miles. You're on mute.
But that's cool. Like I said, it's just his perspective. I don't let that faze me. But anyway, I got to join this meeting with Jeff. Who's helping me with franchising, owning the franchise. So, yeah, let me go ahead and join that real quick.
You're still on. Oh, there you go.
Hey,
Miles,
Jeff.
how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Good. So you said you were in a meeting. So does that mean either one, you've got a job, or was that an interview?
That was actually someone I was networking with. Um, so I have a few more. So no job yet, no offer just yet.
Okay.
It's still a process. We're going on a lot of different interviews. Um, but I'm still thinking it's gonna come soon. So, but yeah, I was somebody I was networking with. He just was big talker. To be honest with you, big talker, and I was trying to get him off the phone. Um,
Yeah, I
but
get it. I get it.
but yeah,
Um, and just so you know, I'm treating your job situation as kind of number one priority.
yep.
So if this happens again, don't be afraid to, if we need to reschedule, we can do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Um, so I think you mentioned something about a company called Stebo, Stebo. Is that the company are you still hoping to work with them?
No, no. So I went to the I think fourth or fifth interview with them, and they decided not to move forward.
Okay. All right.
So you know, but from their company, um, they felt like I was a great candidate. Had the experience, all these things, but so they were both telling me how shocked they were, and
Well,
but
you just you
it is
just
what it is.
yeah, you just keep. I think even beyond that,
Okay,
I can put you in touch with him. His
okay,
last name is Pollock. I'm trying to think of his first name. I know it sounds like a dating service, but it's not. It's employment.
okay, okay. But because you say he's a recruiter, so that kind of
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
Okay,
So it's basically kind of an online. So he's got a large database of potential companies looking for people. So he'll want to talk to you, get on your calendar, and let's see if we can kind of kind of step things up for you a bit.
okay. I appreciate that, Jeff. You're one for one, by the way. It was great connecting with Daryl.
Oh, Daryl.
The last
Okay, so how did
connection.
that go?
Yeah, it went really well. It went well. He basically, just talked to him about, what he does, what I'm trying to do. Just through the conversation, we get basically found that, I'm interested in e-commerce, and he put me in contact with a guy he knows who is in the e-commerce business and is, doing well and everything. So, he connected me with him, and I actually his name's Robert. He's actually in the Atlanta area. Not him and I met for lunch last week. So no, so that was a great connection through Daryl. So yeah, I trust you at this point, Jeff.
All
I
right. Well,
trust you.
thank you.
Yep, yep.
All right. Hang on a second. I just need to find something here.
Um,
So how is the interviewing going? Are you still getting interviews?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm going on a ton. I go on typically 1 to 2 interviews a day.
Okay.
So getting the interviews is not the issue. Getting through the first few interviews, a lot of these processes I'm going through have 4 or 5 different rounds of interviews, like each position. So I'm typically getting to like the later rounds, like the fourth, fifth interview, whatever. But I think it's just one of those situations where, to be honest with you, I think sometimes like when you get to that point in the process, it becomes pretty political. For the roles that I'm seeking, it becomes a situation where they probably, yeah, I'm a good candidate. Like, they probably should offer me, but maybe I know this person or I've heard of this person. Like, this person comes referred to me from a friend of mine, or it feels a little political right now when I'm getting to these later stages. Um, so yeah,
Okay. Well, just keep me posted. I'm
okay,
just trying to find some information here. Hold on a second. Yeah. So it's Dale Pollock. Pollak. So the
Okay.
reason I had to try to remember his name was because I actually had a client. His name was Yale Pollock,
Oh,
and
really? Yale
yeah,
and Yale and
so
Dale.
I get their names mixed up. But Dale Pollock is the guy you're going to be hearing from.
Okay, Dale Pollard. Okay.
All right. So are you meeting with Daryl with any regularity at all?
So not with regularity between Daryl and I, but Robert, the person you connect me with, yes. Him and I probably be meeting pretty regularly going forward.
Robert with who was the Robert?
So Robert, I guess him and Daryl just know one another, um,
Okay.
and they just had like a connection. And when I mentioned e-commerce, he put me in contact with Robert. Um, so
What's Robert's last name?
uh, I'm not sure actually. Let me. I would have to find it in my emails. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, hang on. Let me see if I can find that information. Oh, is it Robert Baltas?
Um, I'm gonna say probably, but let me make sure. Hold on.
All right.
Why is it? mm,
Yeah, for some reason I just totally biffed on Robert.
What do you mean?
Well, well, in terms of who he was.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing them right now.
Okay, well that's okay. Won't worry about it. How about so? Let's see. Do you want to just check in again around early March?
Yeah, yeah. So about 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks
Yeah.
from now.
So 3 weeks. Yeah. So
Okay.
we could meet. Let's see. Today's the 9th. Yeah. Let's meet the week of the 2nd. We could meet a week from or 3 weeks from today. That'd be March 2nd. Let's see if I've got this. I've got this same time open if you'd like.
Okay. Let me. That should work. Let me see. March 2nd. Yeah, that works. March
Okay.
2nd at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. All right. So I will send you a calendar invite for that's 3 p.m. your time, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Um, and then probably later today, if not later today, by early tomorrow, you're going to hear from Dale.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate it, Jeff.
Yeah. All right, Miles. Well, have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk to you in a few weeks.
Okay. You do the
All
same.
right.
All right, man.
All right. Bye bye.
Peace. Alright, so we just accepted that invitation with Jeff. Over at Entrepreneurship. Come back tomorrow. Let me go back outside for a second. Let me respond to it. So, Morehouse Bros. And, Basically, I'll check that in a second. Any start conversation, I know to come back to you know, send you a message or something. Let me text Bethany right now. Alright, so just text Anthony. I was crazy with that. Not opposed to it. Oh, this is the old profile, right? Yeah. This is my old profile. Alright, so that's everybody, apparently. Alright, so I'm going back to the start of this message. So this message. Allow users accounts your best place to check out careers page for the latest. Our fiscal year just began on Tuesday. Alright, so let me go check the careers page. Careers page. Careers. So open positions. Sales. Let's see what type of money I don't know if they're going to talk about compensation, but a lot of times on their company website they don't talk about compensation too much, which whatever, it's fair. That's their prerogative. Wow, they got a ton of positions open. That's crazy. Man. Vladimir. So Marcus just check the careers page. He told me to check the careers page. So I'm gonna tell him just check the careers page. And define a time of I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I don't think I've ever seen any company hire this many um, sales execs. So I'm just check the careers page, and Okta is hiring more account execs than I've ever seen, even at Fortune 500 companies. How do you suggest I move forward? Which is true. I've never seen any, even Fortune 500 companies hiring this many account executives. Looking at house, looking to scale. So, alright, Eric Nett says, I'm traveling this week. I'll check my schedule and we can set up a quick call. So, okay. What's my schedule like tomorrow? So James is I don't know if he's a recruiter or if he's like on the leadership team at Wiki Free or whatever it's called. Um, alright, I'm not downstairs. I guess I'll go outside for a second. Oh, let me go check. First, before I do that, let me go check to see if some positions are open up. TikTok. looking for positions at TikTok that I can send to my Morehouse bro who works at TikTok and see if we can put in a referral, talk to a hiring manager or something. Alright, so I'm gonna send these links to these jobs to over here. Just out here, a couple I'm interested in. apparently I got another interview at. Apparently I got another interview at 5 p.m., which I don't know how that. They must be like a foreign company or something. I don't know why gonna be starting a meeting at 5 p.m. They gotta be a foreign company. Uh, Alright, bro. So we just reached out to. Let me make sure it's everybody. Or I should say we responded to everybody. I think. Yeah, it's everybody. We responded to everybody now. Who I'm trying to, obviously see if they can help me get through the door at one of their companies. Yeah, bro. Like I said, trying to apply online, that shit's for the birds. It ain't happening. They're gonna find any little reason not to hire me, as opposed to, right? You see what I'm saying? They're gonna find any reason, like I said, not to hire me, as opposed to, looking at the reasons they should. That's just how it goes. I'm trying to think of anything. I mean, that was like kind of the main thing. As I told y'all before, this responds to all these guys here is more important than applying online. Potential fit in your current target city. I mean, I don't really have a target city, man. Like, I really don't. I mean, I prefer to stay. Let me see. I see Dallas, I see DC. I don't see any Atlanta. Okay. Alright, so I just had a recruiter reach out to me on my hold on, 3:30 on Wednesday. Okay. Um, stop sharing my bet. So I just heard back from Marcus. Alright, so I just heard back from Marcus Dawson. He said, bet, stack rank my top 3 roles. Email to me the titles and requisition number along with my resume. Do not apply externally. And he said he'll provide courtesy referrals for the roles, which will trigger a candidate-specific link for you to apply to formally apply for each of the 3. Make sure your resume includes your LinkedIn page address. Bet, right? So he clearly trying to help, man. So I appreciate that. I'll go ahead and send this in a second. But I am gonna go back to not sharing my screen. I'll go back outside and who is Vividly? I don't remember. Have I interviewed with them before? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I met with her this past Thursday. So this is the second. This is gonna be the second interview with a company called Vivint. I guess it's gonna be a Google Meet interview. Yeah, it's a Zoom meeting. Alright, but we'll be right back, y'all. Remember, we let my Mac charge up a little bit more, and then I'm gonna go outside. I guess a little bit closer to 5 p.m. my time, which is in like 27 minutes. So I'm gonna try to keep letting my Mac charge for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna go outside and do this interview with Sherilyn. This is my second time meeting with her, so she's going to probably drill down and get a little more specific and want to know specific stories and stuff like that, specific deal stories I've completed and things like that. So I'm gonna have to be ready to talk about again more specific sales stuff. So like I said, I'll be back in a couple minutes.